Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, May 25th, 2026. Call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. And I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, or if there are any additions or deletions.
Okay. To adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay makes the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting minutes for March 23rd, 2026. Were there any errors or omissions noted in those minutes? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as written. Councillor Letwin?
I'll adopt the motion as permitted.
Okay, you'd like to make the motion to adopt the minutes as written? Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to adopt the March 23rd, 2026 meeting minutes. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. And moving on, before we move on to item 4.1, Councillor Humphrey will be joining us. He had a prior commitment this morning, but he will be joining us a little bit later here this morning. Just as a note, moving on to item 4.1, Condor Trail is on page 6 of today's agenda, and I'll pass the floor over to Director Van Newkirk at this time.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, committee. So this is regarding the Condor Trail, and it's came forward at the March 24th regular council meeting. The Condor Community Association presented a request to designate the old railway line in Condor as an official trail. There was a motion made by Councillor Lauren Humphrey that Council direct administration to provide further background information for a rail trail in Condor at a future strategic planning committee meeting. So administration has gone ahead and done that. So upon completing a site visit of the proposed trail this spring, it was found that the first half mile and second half mile were in significantly different shape. The first half mile, which stretches east of Condor, is in excellent shape and has been maintained by the community and requires minimal improvements. The work required is primarily trail improvements and for liability purposes. The second half mile, which connects to Range Road 4-4, has not been maintained and has significant deadfall and new growth throughout the trail. It would require significant brushing and fill being brought in to make it into a passable trail. So following a desktop review and on-the-ground site visit, administration has found the following. For the first half mile, here's a breakdown of resources and costs associated to designate the trail. Firstly, the tree removal would have to be required. So throughout the trail, there are many standing dead trees and deadfall, and for safety reasons, these would have to be removed and the live trees would remain in place. This would require approximately 12 hours of in-house work to complete. For grade improvements, approximately 4 hours of in-house work is required along with the purchase of materials. This is to fill in a low area at the start of the trail and install a culvert for drainage purposes. And the estimated cost of that is $2,035. There's also the picnic tables. The Community Association had requested picnic tables during their delegation, and staff recommended that about 2 picnic tables would be good for that stretch. And there's some costs there regarding non-treated and pressure-treated picnic tables. So $179.99 each for untreated tables and $29.99 for pressure-treated picnic tables. Fourth, the trail restriction would be required. So in an effort to keep vehicles from entering the trail, large rocks will be placed at the trail entrance. The county already has rocks which are left over from a previous project, and they would only have to be transported to the trail. Community members which get firewood from this trail, so we would have to possibly move the rocks if they were wanting to go in there, but it could still be accessed by them if needed. There's the signage section. Custom sign can be purchased for approximately $80. That's a custom designed sign that fits our consistent recreation signage that has been created over the past year. And attached was an example of a sign which was created for the Edna Top outdoor rink. The same style of signs are being created for the Ryan Smith Recreation Area and community feature in Leslieville as well. A smaller sign would be created for the end of the trail just to indicate that the trail is ended. There was the lighting, which is next, number 6. The delegation suggested that they would like solar lighting for the trail. In consideration, the trail could be a day-use trail only to alleviate the cost of the lighting. Administration did price out lighting for 10 solar lights along the trail, and those are kind of a commercial industrial style solar light that would last for many years. And obviously there's other cheaper options that could be considered if that's what council would like to do. For the second half mile, it is similar work required as the first. It's just more extensive just due to nobody maintaining it for many years. So again, there would be the tree removal required. Contract would be required for the second section, which involved primarily brushing, and that comes to about $5,470.50. There's grade improvements again. This is due to a section of the trail being removed further down in that second half. And would involve this section having to be built up to be at the same grade as the rest of the trail, and also includes potential approach improvements, which will come to roughly $9,000, and this is a rough estimate at this time. Third, again, a few additional picnic tables, as mentioned previously. The costs are the same. Fourth, addition of the trail restrictions to the east of the trail. If it were to go all the way through, again, we'd have to place large rocks on the east boundary to ensure that there is no motorized vehicles that can come through into the hamlet through that trail. And again, some signage would be required to indicate where the trail is and where it starts and ends. And again, the lighting, as mentioned previously, these were kind of an industrial style lighting that would last for many years down the road and can hang in the trees and that type of thing. So that can be, those alternative options could be considered there if council or if the committee would like. So for the total estimated cost for the first half mile, it would come to $6,334.98. And for the full section, it would come to approximately $26,180.46 for getting that up to grade. And some additional considerations following the requests from the delegation were a name for the trail. The delegation requested the name Alberta Central Railway. Staff are concerned about using this name. Although it has a connection to the railway, there are other trails named with the same name throughout the province. For example, there's a trail in Red Deer with this name, and the museum in Wetaskiwin called the Alberta Central Railway Museum. An option considered is that staff, that could be considered is that staff could work with Charlotte Small Elementary School to hold a naming contest or something along those lines to come up with a name for the trail if that was something that was desired. There's the neighbors, staff spoke with the more affected neighbor who owns the property directly beside the trail near the entrance. He is a gentleman who has maintained the trail throughout the years and is supportive of this happening, as people already use the trail as is already. And when fencing was discussed with the adjacent landowner, he voiced that he would prefer a fence not be put up at the entrance of the trail when it was discussed, whether, to kind of make some sort of a barrier. He didn't feel like he would appreciate that. So that's something to note. And then I guess just general overall pros and cons of the project. Some pros could be that this is a great win for the community and will promote residents getting outside and getting exercise, along with the Charlotte Small Elementary being able to utilize the trail for outdoor activities. Some cons could be that the entrance isn't great on either side of the trail, and trail users from outside of the hamlet would have to park at the community hall or along other areas in the hamlet to access the trail, and that the development of the trail would be an increased service level provided than what it is currently. In the agenda package, you'll have seen that we also included an aerial image of the proposed trail. The trail in its entirety is owned by Clearwater County, and the area highlighted in pink is the part of the trail which has been maintained up to now. And while the area in green is the second half mile, which will require more resources and costs to fully develop. So options for council to consider. One, council directs staff to complete the work to make the first half mile of the trail ready for users and redesignate $6,334.98 from contingency to the community services budget. Secondly, council directs staff to complete the work to make the first half mile ready for users and include the second half mile in budget 2027. That the council directs staff to leave the trail as is. Fourth, council directs staff to complete some of the work as directed by or described by council. Or fifth, other directions deemed appropriate. And I'll pass it back over to the Reeve.
Thank you very much for the background information on this, Director. Floor is open for council members for comments, questions, or proposed motions. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. I guess I don't recall them asking for lighting on that trail when they were here presenting to council. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the hamlet of Condor has streetlights either. Like, it just seems like that would be kind of a strange precedent to set by lighting a trail like that.
I recall they mentioned that if there was an option to have solar lighting along there, that could be, you know, that they would appreciate that, but it wasn't like that it was a do or die kind of thing.
Right.
It was more of an add-on that if it was possible. And so we did include it in here, but as mentioned, it's not, there's other options that could be considered, or just have no lighting and just be a day use type trail.
Yeah, that's probably more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, further. So if the lighting was to be removed and it was considered just a day use trail, the full mile could be brought up, you know, with the brushing, the clay work, signage. It would remove roughly $11,000 off the cost. If
Yes,
lighting was removed.
adding, between the two, what we had there for lighting for the second half, I believe that's probably what it would come to. I didn't do the math, but 7,300 total for the lighting. So yeah, if we remove that from the total, that's.
7,300 for the second half mile.
Oh,
and
sorry, I think that was the
3650.
the total.
Okay.
That
so-
might have
okay.
not been super clear the way that was there, but yes, that would be for the total for the 7,300.
Okay, so without the lighting, it'd be roughly 19,000 for the signage, the earthworks, tree removal, picnic tables. Okay, Councillor Letwin.
In the summertime, the sun stays up till just about 11 o'clock. I don't know if any little kids are gonna be out past 11 o'clock. And when the wintertime, when it's 40 below, I don't think they wanna go out in the dark anyway. They'll probably want to snowshoe or cross-country ski or whatever in the daylight hours. So I do not see a need for lighting, and I don't recall lighting even being discussed at the initial meeting. In fact, I thought most of this work was going to be undertaken by a volunteer group in Condor. I did not get the impression that the county would be stepping forward, other than to supply gates and signage. I didn't realize the county would be stepping forward and doing all the work. I thought it was gonna be volunteer, but my thoughts. But lighting, definitely, I'm not in agreement with at all. We all have flashlights, and I just bought 2 solar lights that are motion activated from Princess Auto, and they're excellent lights, and they were $12. So I don't know, I don't think we need a bunch of commercial solar lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yeah, for the picnic tables, I think we should definitely have the treated ones. I'm not in favor of the lights. And who is going to look after the maintenance of this in years to come? The county, or does the community take back the maintenance of this trail?
I think that's something that the committee can decide whether this is, you know, a level of service that they want to provide in the hamlet, and that the county to look after some general maintenance, you know, the odd tree that needs to be removed or, you know, mowed here and there. Or if they want to push that back onto the community to look after and look after all of that.
Yeah, I would like to see that back to the community so that they have a feeling that they're kind of involved in this, that Clearwater County hasn't taken it away from them. Because I think they're the ones that started it. I'd hate to kill the community spirit out there, that we're gonna take it over and do it all. I would like to know if they're willing to look after the maintenance on it, if we get it ready, the first half mile anyway. I'm not so sure if I'm in favor of doing the second half at a cost of about 20,000, roughly. Because the first one is about 6,000 and the total cost is 26, so that leaves about 20,000. Minus the 7 for, like, we're looking at 13,000 just for that other one. And the variable there is the clay that we're gonna have to put in there to redo the leveling of that.
That's correct, yeah, there's a section
That could
that's been
escalate to
removed.
double the cost that you got here when you start working with dirt, if you have to haul stuff in and stuff.
Yeah, for sure, it was just a rough estimate.
Yeah.
Do you have further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I'd just like to know what the involvement the community out there would like in this project. I don't want to kill the community spirit out there, because that is a good community out there. And I'd like to keep it the way that it is going. They do a fantastic job out there, that whole board anyway.
So you'd like to have clarity, is what I'm hearing is who would look after the future maintenance on that, okay. Councillor Cermak, do you have further comments? No, okay, Councillor McCully, go ahead, please.
On liability, with that neighbor who doesn't want the fence put up, would there be issues if someone got hurt and it would just happen to be on their side of the land? Like, would that create a liability issue?
Miss,
There's always that possibility, Ms. Serhan may be able to speak better on the liability and insurance side of it, but I believe if it's on their private property, it would be more limited than if it's on county property.
Miss Serhan?
Okay, so the question I have is the entire trail would belong to Clearwater County, or? Yes.
It already does. Yeah.
Yes, so they shouldn't be on the private property. There should be a clear, even if there's no fence, there should be a clear marker to say this is where the trail is. If there was somebody that got hurt on it, of course, there would be the chance that there's always a chance that there could be litigation. I mean, people for multitude of things these days, so. And if they were on the private property, I don't know how courts would see that, but there's always the possibility that they could sue and name the private individual and Clearwater County.
On the name, could it just be Condor Alberta Central Railway Trail? Make it easy.
Ms. Graham?
It can be whatever you would like to name it. I had my light on to speak to the maintenance portion of it. Did you want me to speak to that now?
Sure, please, yes,
Okay.
go ahead. Yeah.
So when we were on site, we did speak with the neighbor, and he's the one who's been maintaining it over the years, and he's happy to continue to. He did mention maybe receiving a little bit of money to compensate for fuel. We just have to work out the liability of that and if that's possible to do. So, but they are willing to continue maintaining it.
Councillor Letwin?
Speaking of liability again, if the county owns that section of the railway, what is our insurance going to be? Liability, because right now, the Smith Ball Diamonds, everybody has to pay for the insurance, so is the county going to put in the insurance, or should we just transfer this over to the Condor community, this section of the rail, and let them deal with it, and let them deal with the insurance? Because right now, the kids have to pay insurance for the Smith Ball Diamonds here in Leslieville, and each child, so how do we keep track of all these children if it's on county property and out walking? And where's the liability against the county regarding this?
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so the Clearwater County holds a large liability policy. The cost of that would not change. However, in community areas, community halls specifically, and I can't speak to the Leslieville Rec portion, but there's a portal that user groups can go on and purchase, and it's encouraged that they purchase liability insurance for their event or whatever they're doing there. If it's a an organized league, sometimes those leagues have insurance through them, so like minor hockey, or not that minor hockey is gonna be on a ball diamond, but you know, like if it's an organized league, they have liability insurance for the participants. I can't see how you would organize a portal to purchase insurance to use a trail if you're gonna use it for half an hour to go for a walk. I don't think that's doable. So the liability would fall on Clearwater County. Unless, like you said, it transferred over to Condor Community Association, but then someone can always still name Clearwater County. There's no rule that says if someone litigates that they can name whoever they want in the litigation.
Thank you, Ms. Serhan. In the event, so this would be a Clearwater County investment into this trail if it was to be supported by the committee for public parking, for if there was, you know, other residents or visitors to the communities, is there public parking, or is there any room there for parking if people wanted to visit the area and utilize the trail themselves? Ms. Gray?
So there is a small area. It's not, you know, if you had a small car, you could maybe get in there and turn around. When we went and looked at it, we had to back onto the road to leave, which is not great. So we're recommending parking at the community hall and walking there, just for safety purposes. There's the sidewalk, and I know when we left, it was right after school ended, so there were a bunch of kids, and it's just not, I don't think we would recommend having people park in there necessarily, but there is a little area that people could pull into and park if that's what council would like to see.
Okay. Is there any further discussion, comments, clarity, or motion? Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
If we're doing the signage there, could we put an extra sign there that says no parking? So that would eliminate that, because I'm a little afraid that people are gonna be backing out there and the kids are walking on the sidewalk, and that's not a good situation. So I would like to see a sign there that says no parking if we move to do that first half of this.
Yeah, that's definitely possible, for sure.
Okay.
Councillor McCulley.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I guess I would suggest a motion similar to number 2, but slightly modified. I would suggest that council direct staff to complete the work to make the first half mile ready, minus the lighting for users, and possibly include the second half mile in budget 2027. I don't want to commit to that before budget deliberations. Mr. Emmons?
Go ahead, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. If I may, Deputy Reeve, it could be included in budget, and council always has the discretion to remove it at budget for that discussion as well, and then it's not lost.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, so motion from Deputy Reeve McKay, the council direct staff to complete the work to make the first half mile of the trail ready for users and redesignate roughly, I think it's $2,700 from contingency to the community budget, and to include the second half mile in budget 2027. I think that captures the motion, Deputy Reeve, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by the committee.
I just have one more quick for clarification on the name. Councillor McCulley mentioned a name. Is that a name that council would like to go with, or is there other options you'd like to consider for that?
Deputy
So-
Reeve, go ahead.
I think the main reason behind this is to allow Charlotte Small to utilize it. Let's let the kids have fun with it. I mean, there's no cost to that.
No. Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to, I know Councilor Humphrey did have comments on item 4.2, so we'll move into item 5.1, which is approaches to business licensing for Clearwater County. It is on page 60 of today's agenda. And if we have to, maybe at this time we'll take a short 5-minute recess. Welcome back from our recess. Moving on in today's to Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole agenda. We're moving on to item 5.1. It's approaches to business licensing for Clearwater County. It is on page 60 of the agenda, and I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Bisson and Mr. Clark to present this item.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Reeve. During the regular council meeting held on September 23rd, 2025, administration presented bylaw 25/053 to repeal the Village of Caroline's obsolete bylaws. Due to the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline and Clearwater County, a significant number of redundant and obsolete bylaws were identified. One such bylaw was the business license. During a discussion with the previous council, it was recommended that administration look at the pros and cons of providing a business license versus the development permit, business development permit approach, which we currently are doing. Currently, Clearwater County does not issue a business license, and operating a business in Clearwater County requires approval through the development permit application process. This provides staff with details for the proposed business, site plan, potential MPC considerations, notice or appeals of the process, and a one-time payment for the application fee. I'm just going to do a quick overview of the differences between the business license and the development permit approach. Business licenses are used by municipal governments to gather information about businesses, aiding in understanding the makeup and the needs of the economic environment in which the businesses are operating in. Business license authorize businesses to operate within municipality while ensuring compliance with bylaws and regulations, and to serve as an administrative tool for business regulation, enforcement support, and alignment with Alberta health and safety codes. Business licenses do not regulate land use or replace development permit approvals. They complement the planning processes by overseeing business activity. A development permit is a land use approval that provides the proposed use on the land and or buildings under the municipality's land use bylaw. A development permit is the main tool used by municipalities to ensure a use is allowed, appropriately located, and is compliant with surrounding uses. It is tied to a statutory process. Business licenses will ensure compliance with land use districts and can be monitored separately from bylaw enforcement, focusing on data collection. As we currently don't have a bylaw enforcement officer, a business license would be monitored by the current compliance officer. Benefits of a business license process. I'm just going to go through quickly the benefits of business license process. With implementing a business license system, it would establish a registry of businesses operating locally and creates a business inventory. Provides a better understanding the level of economic diversity within the county, improves bylaw enforcement and compliance, ensure businesses meets applicable safety and health standards, ensure safety and fairness, that businesses that operate locally meet the same requirements throughout, allows for better administrative control and the ability to attach conditions and require information for enforcement. I'm also just going to do a quick overview of business licenses within the region. So various approaches are used by different municipalities. The approaches that were identified are the business license process, a business development permit, and lastly, a hybrid approach, which combines portions of a development permit process and business license element. So in more urban areas, They require business licenses and use them to manage a wide range of business types, local current residents, non-residents, home-based business, temporary businesses. Those are some of the uses of business license provide to monitor in urban areas, while in rural municipalities, development permits is used for the operation of businesses within that municipality. There are some municipalities that have developed a model where business license supports business data, directory and program delivery alongside land use approvals or development permit approvals, which is similar to the hybrid approach. So with the hybrid approach, this ties the license to the land use and development permit approvals while providing data and inventory tools to better understand economic development and better be able to provide supports if needed for a variety of businesses and industries. A license is justifiable in rural areas for the purpose such as inventory management, fairness, compliance, and allows for better integration within other programs. With the development permit approach, development permits only are typically in rural settings, but may be less effective for business inventory maintenance and necessitates the ongoing compliance without reopening development approvals. There are some rural municipalities that have been using business licenses to collect farm data, such as type of crops, type of agricultural production that's taking place, and the number of farm hands that they would have on site during their farming season. So I'm just going to present some of the approaches that council could consider, for the committee could consider. Option one is to remain status quo. No license, it is low administrative burden, limited business inventory data would be collected is one of the cons for this approach. Option two is a business inventory. This could be, if this approach is taken, it could be no fee or a low fee that could be applied. This creates verification of local business inventory, supports communication and basic compliance checks, and it's a low barrier for administering rather than going a full license approach. The third option is a targeted approach, which is focused on more high-risk, high-impact activities where license would be only required for specific categories like contractors, home-based business, would be for mobile contractors, short-term rentals, or focus on resource where risk and compliance is highest, and that can be expanded over time. Option four would be a full business license program. That would be a broader coverage. It would be a standard requirement for all businesses to meet. It has the strongest compliance requirement for enforcing, and it's a cost recovery tool, and that has the highest administrative requirements of the four approaches. If just additional information, if options 2 or 4 is selected, that would also add some administrative time for approvals of any application going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
How, excuse me, on, you said collecting data on the business license is easier than the development permit. What makes it easier?
So in collecting data for the business license, it's, the best way to say this is it not just provides us with the development permit, it stays with the property forever. If the owner changes, we won't necessarily get that updated information unless the use changes in regards to our permit. So if there is any change to their, to the existing operations, then that would trigger the process for a new development permit application because their scope of business has changed. But if their scope does not change, they are continue operating in the same manner as the previous operator, they would not necessarily need an updated development permit for business change, or if there's a name change in the business or in owner operations. So if it's status quo, we don't get an updated information.
On the, I guess, keeping track of business side, are there businesses that you are trying to keep track of or to, I guess, exist that you don't have currently with a development permit that you think you're gonna try and track with a business license? I think if that's clear.
So, in regards to tracking, if the proposed business does not meet requirements for a development permit, then technically they'll be operating illegally.
Do you have a list, sorry, do you have a list of businesses that currently are operating but don't meet that development permit? Like, should we be going?
A standard list would be somewhat under assessment because assessment goes on to each property and would identify if a business is existing, and then they will provide us with information if a business is operating without a permit. And there are just some businesses that are in operation that no matter what they do, they'll not be able to meet compliance because they have approached the county for getting a business permit or getting their permit for the business. And if they cannot get approval, whether they're operating out of a shop that does not meet building code, or if they need to meet certain fire safety requirements, they will then say, they won't go forward with any, with getting the permit because they won't be able to meet any approvals for getting that permit. So in essence, they'll be operating illegally. Was that helpful?
Kind of. So a business license sort of levels the playing field for people
So,
trying to apply to run a business.
Yes, it will be somewhat provide that leveling opportunity. And also with business license, if a business is no longer operating, we would not necessarily know under the development permit process. So with a business license, with that annual checkup, if a business ceases to exist, then we will just remove that from our data inventory. And we'll also know because if the business is not operating within 6 months under the development permit process, then that development permit for the operation of that business would no longer be valid. But if we're not informed that the business is not in operation, that permit would still be technically in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clark, I'm a little curious as to where the desire for a business license program in Clearwater County originated. It's certainly not something I've heard as a desire from the residents. So I guess if you could sort of elaborate on where this sort of got its beginnings, because it's...
It wasn't necessarily a desire. It was during the amalgamation process when the village of Caroline was being amalgamated. They have a business license program. And when we brought that bylaw forward to repeal all the bylaws that weren't necessary, there was just a quick discussion in regards to, is it beneficial to even have a business license program in the county? Or is it just beneficial to have status quo? Or did Caroline see any benefit of having a program? So that was basically the gist of the discussion. And after the discussion, it was kind of recommended that we just look into the pros and cons of even having a business license program within the county.
I see. I guess just to speak to the registration portion of this, wishing to build a database to see what businesses are operating. Any business in Clearwater County, if they chose to do so, could register with the Chamber of Commerce that covers the entire county. I don't believe that should be the county's responsibility to build and maintain a secondary database.
Well, there are some municipalities that have seen some benefit of it, but if that's the will of the committee, I'm just providing the information on, if there is any benefit, what is the benefit to the county if there is even create a database.
Yeah, I strongly believe that this is not the desire of the community, but I'd be willing to motion at this point that we proceed with option 1.
So is that are you making a motion then, Deputy Reeve, for option 1?
That's correct, to leave it as is.
Okay, so,
And if businesses within the county so choose, they can feel free to register with the Chamber of Commerce.
Councillor Shermack, go ahead, please.
Just to get this clear in my mind, we have businesses that are operating in our county that we don't know if they're operating or not. Is that the gist of it? That we issue them a permit and it's good for as long as that piece of land is there, because that's what the permit is for the land. So we don't know if there's businesses that have went bunk or have folded up, or we don't know really what's happening on some of this land.
And if a business is no longer operating, that's normally identified during the when assessment goes to the site to identify during their routine checks. But because assessment do their checks segment by segment, it's not the entire county each year they assess. So if a business happened to be in operation when they assess it and then they don't go back to that property in 5 years, if the county is not known, told that they are not operating, we won't know that they're not operating until assessment goes to that property, and then they would identify, oh, this business is no longer in operation.
Okay, so what kind of burden does that put on the county if it's not operating anymore? What's the significance of that?
To my knowledge, there is no additional burden. It will just more impact the landowner, because if they don't inform the county that they are no longer operating, their assessment they'll be assessed as a commercial operation.
Oh, okay. That's somewhat clear, I think. I may have more questions.
Mr. Clark, I didn't, there was, for a business license, if it was just another combination, but if there was business license, maybe for the hamlets, and there was previously a business license program in the former village of Caroline, right? So what if there was a business license program within the hamlets, and as indicated in the option number 3 for maybe the higher risk or more impacted activities, which would be short-term rentals, would there be an option for a combination of business licenses within the hamlet boundaries and short-term rentals?
In regards to short-term rentals, we currently have the short-term rental bylaw, which is used to capture any legal short-term rental operations within the entire county, not just in hamlets. That only is impactful if that landowner decides to legalize their operation. We do have a number of short-term rentals that are in the county that are operating without a license, and we try to get them to get a license to operate. But outside of that, for option 3, there is a short-term rental bylaw which would capture any short-term rental operations within the entire county.
Councillor Letwin?
So if we were to implement the business license, this would be for every business within the county. So if I ran a business off my farm, if I sold honey, if I had a grow-up or a vegetable farm or whatever, and I was selling products, I would need a business license then? Is that what you're looking at?
Depends on the intensity of the business. There could be some exemptions if you're currently in the land use bylaw, if you're just doing direct market sales, that could be something that could possibly exempt it from
But what
the
about if
business
you were a
license.
carpenter and you went out and built houses, but your primary residence was where your shop was and your tools? That would be classified as your business then. And it would be commercially, you'd have to go out and send assessors out to commercially take and see how much of that property they're using for, with conjunction of their business, which would change the tax rate, correctly?
Yes, but if they're already operating, assessment has already identified that they're operating without, if they don't have a permit, whether they have a permit or not, assessment would identify it and assess them based on the use of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you. Just quickly to speak to the issue of if a business was to no longer exist on a property, that is somehow a concern. That resident will immediately notify the county that business has ceased to operate, because the cost of taxation is magnitudes greater than if it's just residential agricultural property. Nobody is going to allow the county to continue taxing them based on a commercial rate for any period of time. Secondly, I'm going to withdraw my previous motion of option 1, because the Reeve mentioned something that I think is important, and that is to look at this from a hamlet perspective. Maybe there is some sort of registration required for hamlets. I don't know, I think it's just something that needs further discussion.
Yeah, you'll have a multitude of different businesses within the hamlets. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
You know, on option 2, if you did that one, create a verified local business inventory, how much of it, more work would that create for a planning department? Or whose department would have to take that on? Wouldn't that be a benefit to know that for an economic development officer, to know what businesses are in our county and which ones are viable, which ones are operating, which ones aren't, and all of that? Wouldn't that give them more information that they could say this is what the businesses are in our county? Would it be a benefit, or would the cost outweigh it?
In regards to option 2, or either option, whether option 2, 3, or 4, we could do further a deeper dive into each of them. But for option 2, where it says little or no fee, and we'll just create that inventory, that's out of all of between 2, 3, and 4, that would probably be the lowest additional administrative work, in my opinion. So we'd have to do further checks to determine if what additional administrative burden would be needed or would be added to staff for option 2. But of the 3, option 2 would be probably the lowest.
But that business inventory, would that help our economic development officer, that he could go out to the public and say, this is what we need, this is what we have, and this is what we would like to get?
Yes, the option would provide us with that information required for economic development.
That's the motion I'd like to bring forward too, then, if it's going to benefit our county.
And,
At no fee as far as I'm concerned.
point to add, to the comments Reeve made, in regards to identifying in the hamlet, either option could be used to identify the hamlet. So if you hypothetically went to option 2, which is just create a no fee or low fee and just create a business inventory, that could be used to, if it's the will of the committee, just to focus on hamlets. So although I've presented these options, the committee can make various changes to any other options presented to suit the needs that the committee is looking for.
Okay, so what I'm hearing out of that, so option 2 within the hamlet boundaries.
If that's the committee's wish, yes, we can focus it on within the hamlet boundaries.
Okay, so I'll just go back to Councillor Cermak. You had showed interest in making a motion on option number 2 is what I'd heard. So option 2 would be business registration, maybe no fee or low fee. Creates a verified local business inventory, supports communications and basic compliance checks, and lower barrier than full licensing.
Yep.
Would you like to include that would specifically be within the hamlet boundaries within Clearwater County, or just leave it as written here?
I think it should be the whole county, because that would give the economic development officer all the information he needs to go out to people that he's trying to interest to come and build in our county, to develop more businesses. And it should be over the whole county. I think it's kind of like Deputy Reeve said, an individual on an acreage or on a farm may want an off-sale aspect too, not just only the hamlets. I
Okay.
can see the benefit for the hamlets to be definitely included.
Okay, maybe I'll give a last little comment on there. For as far as economic development and tracking the businesses, Deputy Reeve McKay did mention the chambers, so there could be an opportunity for duplication of services with Clearwater County spending residents' community tax dollars on economic development to track those businesses, where a lot of that would be tracked with the Chamber of Commerce. So right now, Councillor Cermak, you're making the motion for option number 2?
Yep. I am.
Okay. Without identifying specifically hamlets, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak for option 2 as presented in the agenda. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please. Are there any further comments or questions, clarification? Councillor Letwin?
For clarification purposes, so let's say the Leslieville Hotel or the Alhambra Service Station, GTI on the highway, they don't have a business license right at the moment?
I would have to look.
Nope, because we don't have business licenses.
Yeah, we don't have a business license. They will have a permit. They would have a permit,
They
yeah.
have a development permit?
Permit, yes.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. Is there any further discussion or any additional motions at this time? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, when Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline amalgamated, sorry, I would phrase this question. How are businesses in the former Village of Caroline now operating? Because they wouldn't have been new businesses to Clearwater County, so there would be no development permit.
So currently, any business that is currently operating, they would be required to get a development permit. So there have been a few businesses that when their license expired, they reached out to the county to renew the license, and then during that conversation with them, no, we don't offer a license, we offer business development permit, and they will go through the process of getting their business development permit. So businesses that are operating should have a business development permit within the Hamlets of Caroline.
Okay, and Ms. Gillum, do you have? So have most businesses taken that step? Or do some still have existing business licenses?
I honestly am not sure in regards to all the businesses. I do know that there are a few businesses that have gone through the process, but I'm not 100% sure about all the businesses. I would have to go back and identify which businesses have gone through that process.
And was there feedback, positive or negative, regarding the process from those businesses?
For one business that I dealt with personally, they were okay with going through the development permit process. They didn't need to renew every year in regards to the license, in regards to paying that fee every year for getting that license. So for that particular business that I dealt with, they were okay with the process of getting a business development permit.
Okay. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe there is no need to have anything different than Hamlets, I don't know.
Okay, if there's no additional motions, then this can be brought back forward again at a future strategic planning meeting or council for consideration. If there's any need, our staff feels this needs to be brought forward again.
I would, I would just need clear direction on what exactly would I need to bring back for the next strategic planning. Is it focus on option 2 and to see if it's could be what type of businesses are operating within Hamlets, need some clearer directions.
Okay, no, and so there could be an option for option 1, which would be just remain status quo. We could put that for a motion on the table for consideration, or we could have option 2 with business registration and licensing within the Hamlet boundaries. That could be another opportunity for another option. Here's a motion. Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to make a motion for option 1, to go status quo.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin for option 1 to remain status quo. This can be brought back again at a future strategic planning meeting, but I see no further discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is supported by the committee. Moving on to item 6.1, health and safety policies, Office of the CAO, page 116. Oh, my apologies. Okay. Okay, my apologies. We'll just go back a little bit to item 5.2, my apologies. Economic development strategy on page 64. Welcome, Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
I'm bringing to you today a summary of the existing strategic economic development strategic plan, and then looking for direction on where we would like to go with it. It was approved in 2019, took about a year to prepare, and so that was 2 councils ago. It was then approved by the previous council as well. And a number of the things have been worked on or in process. So I just wanted to go through a bit of how that plan was created, and then looking for where the direction goes for next. So we can move on to the slides. Just going to start at the beginning of what an economy is. So local economy is how people, businesses, and the community work together to contribute to local wealth creation opportunities and prosperity. A strong local economy produces exports, is regenerative, and is diversified. Exports help a community by bringing income up from outside the area, creating jobs, supporting local businesses, and encouraging economic growth. Livestock and grain producers, equipment manufacturers, timber processors, and tourism are all exports. A regenerative economy means money, resources, and skills keep moving within the community for as long as possible instead of flowing out to outside companies. By relying more on local businesses and services, the community becomes more independent and resilient, providing more revenue and opportunities to the residents and businesses. A diversified economy is a community that has a broad range of industries, sectors, and income sources rather than just depending on a single commodity or industry. A diversified economy creates a wide variety of jobs across a large number of industries and businesses, creates greater stability, reduced risk during downturns, and sustainable long-term prosperity and quality of life. So an economy, a good, strong economy is made up of exports, that is outside money coming in, is regenerative in that money circulates around inside the economy or the community, and is diversified in that it is not dependent too heavily on any single industry. This picture is from a consultant that we used years ago, and really just tries to demonstrate. So that barrel is what the local economy is. You have dollars going in through manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, forestry, but the money leaking out includes resident shopping in other areas, people going outside to get education, manufactured goods. Now, manufactured goods, that is imported manufactured goods. Imported labor, that is people who work here but do not live here, and people taking vacations away. And so your economy is all those things going in and things that are leaking out at the same time. So where does business growth come from? If a community has land, labor, and regulations that enable existing businesses to expand or invest in new opportunities, then the community also has the capacity to attract new business investment. Generally speaking, in the economic development world, the thought is about 80% of all business growth and investment usually comes from businesses that already exist in the community. So, for example, and this is going back years, but the picture I have up here, Paternity Subdivision, Industrial Subdivision, they're a local company, and they invested in developing that subdivision themselves. That wasn't an outside investor coming in. And they developed multiple lots, which were then sold off to other businesses who needed those. Metal Dog did the same thing over the last several years, developing some new industrial lots. Again, local business expanding and providing land in those cases. Others, we see serial entrepreneurs in our area, people that see an opportunity and they start up another business and so on. If that is working for local businesses, if the bylaws, the land, the labor, all that kind of stuff is available for local businesses to be able to expand, then the environment usually is pretty good to allow for outside businesses to come in. However, if local businesses can't expand because of lack of whether it's labor or land or whatever restrictions that they see, then it's unlikely for outside businesses to invest. So that's what that slide is meant to cover. The role of the Economic Development Officer is to work to build a community where people can find jobs, businesses can grow, and the area can thrive long term. Some people ask the question of, well, what businesses have you brought in? Generally speaking, the role of the Economic Development Officer is to try to help create an environment where that investment can happen, where businesses will reinvest in themselves and outside investors will come in. So we're trying to help local businesses succeed so they stay and grow, attract new business investment. This helps grow and diversify tax base and jobs, create jobs and opportunities so that people can stay and prosper, make the community a place people want to live and work, which is called quality of place. And a major part of the job is gathering, analyzing, and disseminating information to support informed policy investment decisions by businesses, council, and administration. Large part of the time, I am providing a lot of information to businesses, which we'll get into a little bit later. At its core, economic development is trying to make the community stronger and more sustainable, even as local businesses and economies change. Economies go up and down, industries go up and down. Oil and gas is not the same as it was 30 years ago. Neither is agriculture, neither is recreation or forestry. And so really it's about trying to help the economies, the communities grow, stay stable, and provide a certain level of quality of life, even as industries change. So in 2018, Clearwater County sought public input on the creation of an economic development strategy. This input was gathered through open houses for an open house for business owners and managers, a survey for business owners and managers, survey for county residents, and discussions with local real estate agencies and residential and commercial property appraiser that works in central Alberta. The county also performed an investment readiness assessment, reviewing the ease with which a business could establish itself and grow with the county. Gathering all this information helped in the actual creation or development of the strategy. I really want to emphasize that the strategy was created out of that input that came from those businesses at the open house through the surveys and those interviews. As the strategy was being created, there were a group of local businesses that were, or business owners, that were used to review the strategy before it was presented to council. Chad Bunch of Bunch Projects, Daniel Fedema with Riverview Campground, that has since been sold, is now Black Sheep Campground on the edge of town. Susan Roper with Roper Ventures, that is a logging company that has since moved north. And Michelle Metheringham at the Rocky Mountain House Chamber of Commerce. They looked over the strategy through the process of creation. 2017-2021 council approved the strategy in 2019, and the following council then told the economic development officer to continue working on the strategy. In the creation of the strategy, from the input from businesses, the top items that were listed as opportunities by these businesses were our location to Red Deer, Edmonton, and Calgary, plus access to wide load corridors, ideal for manufacturing. They said that there were lots of room to develop land for business and people if done correctly, and they said that tourism investment and employment potential was a great opportunity. Obstacles that were listed by these businesses, whether about expansion or even for some of these, even to be able to continue operating. They listed lack of high-speed internet, difficult to attract and retain employees in the area. There's a perception of a lack of housing, recreation facilities, shopping, and other amenities as they try to attract staff. Lack of land ready for construction. Businesses hoping to simply buy and build, but not go through a zoning and servicing process. They viewed that as an obstacle. And a reputation for being closed to business investment and development. Businesses express concern that some residents vocally oppose growth or change, which gives the appearance of the county not being open for business. And again, these were businesses expressing this. They said there was an appearance that bylaws were not wanting businesses to expand or attract new ones. When asked, the businesses responded about what could the county do to help businesses and job growth. And they said, encourage and develop high-speed internet across the county. Help or have zoned and developed land ready for purchase. Review the zoning permitting process, make it faster, more understandable. Specific comments where a lawyer or engineer should not be needed right from the start in a permitting discussion. Businesses requested that county work with the town to have land ready, lower taxes for everyone, tax incentives for new businesses, and make the community more attractive to help get employees to move and stay here. So out of that input from businesses, there were 4 areas of focus that were created as part of the economic development strategy. One was foster a culture of growth that is positioned and engaged in the community regarding the benefits of community economic development. 2 is prepare for business growth, that is to work on growing and attracting business investment. 3, prepare for people growth, that is to develop and retain a skilled workforce to enable business and investment and growth. And 4th, promote opportunities, that is to identify opportunities for business investment. So out of that, the strategy was created along with a list of activities. This slide is the regular activities that go on in order to support that, which a large part includes business visitations. That is finding out specific businesses, how they're doing, their obstacles, opportunities, and also finding out the state of their general industry, sharing what the county is doing. So in the role being a liaison on behalf of the county to the businesses, provide information regarding zoning and training resources, and connecting to local supply chain businesses. I've found we're a very large county, and I have found that there are some businesses in the south or in the east that they may not know what each other is doing or what they can supply. And so they don't know that there are certain companies that are able to do a specific type of welding only 100 and some kilometers away. But you know, that they're just not hanging around in the same social circle. And so that local supply chain is something that was important to bring up. Business investment, walking through businesses through the zoning and permit process, assisting with business plans. So businesses often will contact me and actually ask, you know, what do you think of this plan that they have to do? They ask me about marketing, they ask about the potential target market or audience that they could have, the number of customers, and I assist with those. Direct businesses to appropriate supports from other organizations. Familiarization tours for investors. I have taken potential investors on tours of our various industrial properties, and also out to a couple of the tourism nodes as they look at those. Keep track of an inventory of industrial and commercial land. This is why I meet with the realtors on a regular basis, at least once a year, to find out what investors, businesses are looking for, what they're asking for, what type of land, what size of land. Over the last year, we have had some oil field service companies in particular looking to come into the area, but they're not looking at purchasing. They want to lease for just a year or two. They have contracts in the area and they want to be able to lease land, hopefully with a shop large enough to be able to have storage on it. Anyway, I meet with the realtors on a regular basis to keep track of that kind of demand. Information for business council administration. This is keeping track of industry trends, employment and labor force trends, federal and provincial supports, and provide input for business perspective on bylaws and policy. And did that going through land use bylaw updates and so on. Also work closely with my counterpart at the Town of Rocky Mountain House, and we do have a Stronger Together website that specifically lists economic development information together, and we regularly send that link out to people who are calling for information. Ongoing activities. This slide is really about providing information and being a liaison to a variety of groups across the province. So I meet with multiple provincial ministries on a regular basis. I've got a monthly meeting with the ministry, with someone from the Ministry of Economy, Jobs and Trade, Transportation, Economic Corridors, Technology and Innovation, Treasury Board and Finance, and also Energy, Ministry of Energy and Minerals, as keeping up on what those various ministries are doing, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to promote throughout the province, and also to provide information from us about what's going on here. I'm the liaison, regular meetings with Chambers of Commerce and Rocky Mountain House in Caroline, various tourism organizations and trail societies, Rocky Mountain House Ag Society, I'm actually meeting with later this week. CAPE, or Central Alberta Economic Partnership, Town of Rocky Mountain House. Newer organization called the Central Alberta Economic Resilience Task Force. That came out of talking with businesses about that they just don't know all the different supply chain sources that can exist in Central Alberta. And so that's where they came out of. The Central Alberta Regional Innovation Network, that's about investing in newer technologies and newer businesses. Community Futures Central Alberta and West Central Stakeholder Synergy Group. It's not a comprehensive list, but these are ones, many of them, who I meet with monthly in order to get information from and provide information to. Strategy steps. There are a variety of reports that I have worked on, or the role has worked on, and then also update on a regular basis. These reports are provided to businesses, council administration, such as the community profile, labor force analysis, target sector analysis. So a target sector analysis, I've been asked in the past, why don't you go out and get this business and try to do this industry? And the target sector analysis, which was actually developed with the assistance of CAPE a few years ago, that helps us recognize when a certain industry, if we're wanting to chase after that industry, what is it that they're looking for in a community? What kind of land, what kind of labor force, what skills do they need, and so on. And so that helps identify, are there some things that we're really close and be able to attract with a relative amount of ease, or is there significant investment or change that would be required, or can we even get close to it? I do get sent probably about every second month a list of requirements from businesses that are looking at investing in Central Alberta, and they're looking for specific types of land, specific skills in the workforce and so on. And this helps identify what we can go after fairly easily. Also performed a supply chain study, investment readiness assessment, and the abattoir feasibility assessment that was done a few years ago. Now, all these reports are done and have been presented to councils in the past, and they are updated anywhere from 2 to 5 years in order to keep the information up to date. And business visitations, these are regular business visitations across multiple industries to understand the businesses and industries in Clearwater County. And I try to visit with at least 5 or 6 businesses per month, just to see how they're doing individually and to hear about their industry as a whole, to keep up to date on that. So there were various steps from the strategy that have been accomplished. These are not, I want to emphasize, these are not me accomplishing these by myself. This is going from approvals from council, allocating resources, multiple county departments, and working with various stakeholders and partners in our community. Industrial land has been developed. So since the start of the economic development strategy, working that in 2018, Meadow Dog subdivision has been developed. It is private. Also in Nordegg Industrial Park has been expanded, and the Caroline Industrial Park was built. Broadband development has been rolling out throughout the county, with it expecting to be turned on in the third quarter of this year. Creating the Stronger Together Economic Development website with the town. This is maintaining information concerning industry trends, services, populations for businesses, and I send that link out regularly to them, to various businesses asking me questions. And tourism development, there's a tourism development strategy created with the 3 councils at the time and 3 chambers of commerce at the time, rolling out the David Thompson Country Tourism brand, working with the province to promote trail development, and promoting good recreation stewardship, working with Land Care Sasquatch brand regularly as a part of the activities as well. There are still a few things needed that exist in the existing strategy right now, such as more regular business surveys. business survey was done at the beginning to help create the strategy. And I do regular business visitations, but I have not done a comprehensive business survey since then to look at obstacles and opportunities. It's been more individual visits. And so that's something in the strategy that should be done. Getting to know the businesses in Clearwater County, number and types of businesses. Now this goes a little bit towards the business license discussed earlier. The advantage to having and understanding that information is really when businesses say, are there certain skills, are there certain things in the supply chain that exist? The business license actually helps identify those. Because without them, I know the businesses I go visit and that I meet at various meetings on a regular basis, but there are many businesses that don't come out to those, and I don't know how to get to know them and what it is, what they offer, and which also makes it hard for me to promote them, because that's a part of what I try to do as well, is I try to let people who are interested in knowing what businesses exist here, what services exist, and who they could use. Also working more with our developing a workforce with the skills that are needed. That's been a bit of a challenge. Was working on that with schools a little bit, and I was fortunate to be able to do a few presentations. There were groups like Paderni's and Bunch Projects and a few other businesses that provided me with a list of job opportunities that they saw for youth graduating high school and the skills that they need. And so I was doing that with schools a few years ago, but as school teachers change over, that relationship sometimes loses. So that's something to reconnect. Also working with a local learning council a little bit more on skill development, being able to identify that. So that's something that's outstanding in the current economic development strategy that does need to be worked on more. There are a few items that I would recommend in whatever the next strategy looks like. Keeping in mind everything changes with time, including industries, communities, technology, markets, which means we need to update the strategy. I feel we need to update the strategy. Things like an agriculture gap analysis, so what services are needed and viable. I am meeting with the Rocky Ag Society later this week to actually discuss this a little bit. Next strategy should also include things around hamlet development and growth strategies, how to attract or grow investment of businesses within the communities, transitioning from on-farm acreage businesses to industrial parks. So we've seen, we have a lot of entrepreneurs in Clearwater County, and it is the lowest price option for them to start their business on their existing farm and their existing acreage. But we've also seen as they grow and start to require more land, more staffing, possibly more equipment, is there a way for us to be able to help them transition from doing that business on their farm or acreage more into industrial parks where it might be more appropriate long term? That's something to discuss in going forward on a new strategy. Business succession planning and service continuity, that's helping keep existing businesses here, whether they're going to the next generation or a new owner. Baby boomers, very entrepreneurial, started up a lot of businesses during the 70s and 80s, but we're now seeing those baby boomers reaching an age where they're retiring and selling off businesses. What this point is about, and I've had a couple of business succession planning sessions in the past hosted for the community, but we don't want those just to close down because they can't find a seller or somebody to hand the business off to. We don't want to lose that service. It's a big topic with a lot of potential for loss of service, potential of loss of business. Going on to the next generation, things change. And we've seen that happening a little bit already as that very large baby boomer group ages out of owning businesses. So that would be, I would recommend being an actual point within the next strategy as well. And then resilience planning. That's helping businesses prepare for disruptions, whether caused by nature, technological change, or market change. which those just feel like they're happening all the time. Also, next steps, economic development strategy helps council define a clear long-term vision for where the community wants to be 20 years from now, and the steps needed to get there. It moves decision-making beyond short-term issues by creating a roadmap for growth of the tax base, diversity of investment and jobs, and sustainability. Through analyzing local strengths, challenges, and opportunities, the strategy helps identify priorities such as investment, future employment potential, skills workforce development, housing, infrastructure, and quality of life. It also incorporates input from residents, businesses, and community partners to ensure the vision reflects local needs and goals. Ultimately, the strategy gives council a framework to guide decisions, investments, and policy that support a strong, resilient community over the long term that can prosper through economic cycles of various industries. One thing I really want to stress and keep in mind is that industries and businesses are constantly evolving, and they respond to ever-shifting state of customers, suppliers, regulations, cost, infrastructure, and technology. They reallocate resources on where they're going to get the most return, and that includes staffing, equipment, zoning, maybe even moving businesses. And we want to keep that in mind as we try to prepare a new economic development strategy. So I've also included, that's a summary and a little bit. I don't want to go into the actual strategy overall. That is attached as appendix. But the request here is direction on regarding whether I should continue with the existing economic development strategy. I would actually recommend we do need to do an update, whether we should amend it or create a brand new one, including some of the points that I raised earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Floor is open for comments, discussion. I do have a couple questions. Economic development strategies. Is there a requirement in the MGA that requires a municipality to have an economic development strategy? Mr. Emmons?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. Is there a budget for this previous economic development strategy that was done in economic development strategy for 2019? The budget, what was the cost associated with the development of this document?
The document itself was done in-house.
Correct.
But the cost was really around the open house and the survey.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yes, and how many economic development officers does the county have?
Just one.
Just one. And you're the one? Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess I have a couple questions. The first one, Reeve already touched on regarding cost to remodel this document, to redo it, however you want to word that. Do you say that cost is in-house and would be absorbed through existing salaries?
That would be my recommendation. If council feels a need to hire an outside consultant, that is possible, but this was developed in-house previously, and
okay,
I believe the same can be done.
Thank you. And secondly, just during your presentation, broadband was mentioned a few times, and it was mentioned, that the committee felt that businesses would come to Clearwater County if there was high-speed internet installed. And then I believe you also mentioned it again being a determining factor for businesses. So what businesses, if any, are showing interest in relocating to Clearwater County specifically because of high-speed internet? Like, could you help us understand that?
That line was what businesses said was an obstacle to them. So in the appendix of the existing economic development strategy, it does have a report for the surveys and the open house, and in both the surveys and the open house, businesses listed lack of access to high-speed internet as being their number one obstacle to growing, for some businesses even continuing. They said at the time that they were having significant struggles because of that. I know one or two businesses who invested heavily to be able to get better access, and then others that have actually, there's businesses that actually bring their data or whatever they need to upload. They actually come into Rocky Mountain House and upload it here because they cannot do it at their business in the county.
Okay, but
And those were examples that were shared back during the surveys in the open house.
right, but I'm asking you, the economic development officer, specifically what types of businesses can we bring to Clearwater County now that we will have this service available?
We have, well, I'll use an example because he was somebody who reviewed this, Chad Bunch. Not any business that does significant schematics or needing AutoCAD to do their work, they need high-speed internet. And he said it over and over again during the process. And I've had multiple business visitations with him where he talks about how much his business uses high-speed internet on the design side. And any company that requires that kind of design work needs significant access. More businesses are needing it just because everything is online today, ranging from agriculture to oil and gas, and construction, and so on. Being able to have access for online auctions, or research, government forms, it's all there, and it's just, it's getting heavier. And again, what from the businesses told me, just for them to continue existing, they wanted the access at that day. For new businesses coming, I've handled multiple calls with, we've got Bitcoin operators that are looking in the area, data centers that are looking there in the area. They're all considering it. And those are calls from places that I've received in the last 6 months.
So, as a development officer for Clearwater County, we have, like, you know that Clearwater County has made the largest infrastructure investment in history into fiber optic, right? Everybody realizes that. So what I'm asking is using that as a tool, because that is our most powerful tool, is what I'm told at this point. The businesses that we're looking at attracting are Bitcoin miners, which we already have, and they do not require fiber optic. And data centers that are strongly opposed by all members of the community. That those are the two businesses that would benefit from fiber optic?
No, there's a much broader range. Anything ranging from, engineering firms, architectural firms, design manufacturers, those all have potential. To me, it's tied together in that the question is, where can they go? What industrial land can they go to? And while also having that service. And so I have not attended any trade shows to try to attract anybody based on that, and because I've been waiting until it's been turned on. Now, which should be happening this summer, and then I can start reaching out to that more.
Yeah, I would strongly suggest that we start utilizing that as a tool. Since we've already made the investment, it would seem crazy to not be advertising that already.
Well, we have interest, we have people who are calling, but until it's turned on, the businesses are waiting.
Maybe at this time, I see CEO Emmons would like to provide some comments. Go ahead, CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, and just to try and assist the committee a little bit, in my time here, the one, and I tend to call it the cornerstone development out in Nordegg, was that strip mall, starting out with the Shell gas station. Clearwater County just about lost that entire development and that developer, and that was solely attributed to the lack of broadband. It was important to the developer of the day to to have a name brand gas station. He didn't want to have like a Gas Plus or something like that. His business strategy centered around high octane, getting those motorcyclists through Nordegg and getting the premium gas that was never offered previously in Nordegg. And he could not attract a name brand because of the lack of broadband in Nordegg. And actually, amenities were provided and concessions were given at the time that just squeaked that development through. So I just want to provide an example of a commercial business outside of the ones mentioned, if that helps.
Thank you for the additional information.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
How many businesses have moved into Caroline Industrial Park?
Currently none.
Okay. And how long has that been available for the public or for business?
Ms. Gillen?
I was just gonna say that we don't currently have those lots listed for sale because of considering putting services out there, because a lot of companies are looking for that. So there aren't any on there because we don't have them for sale.
Oh, I see. I thought they were for sale. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
Just probably a segue on that. This is a decision we made, I think, talking about those lots, but wouldn't we want to sell them? Just if they're there and available and someone wanted them, wouldn't we just sell it anyways?
Mr. Emmons?
That gets extremely difficult and convoluted. Without a true decision whether or not to sell them as is or service them, it puts Clearwater County in the position, really that's an investment. We developed that back in the day, really to assist Caroline with the development of that property. If council was after the fact to make the decision to service those lots, lack of easements, you're adding value to properties that would be increased after the sale because you're selling them as non-service lots, and then municipal tax dollars are going in after the fact and putting in municipal services. So it truly hinges on the marketability and the price of those lots. So it's really hinging on those decisions.
That the Caroline lots were also leased out during the TC Energy pipeline construction for 2.5 years. And they were, I think they were all the lots were leased for pipeline storage during that time as well.
Okay, I do have a couple comments on this. I know many business owners in Clearwater County, they currently have their own private economic development strategies within their own businesses, and a lot of them work really hard to make their businesses a success. Yeah, I'm just only guessing, but if I was to ask many residents of the community, they would probably not even be aware of the economic development strategy that Clearwater County has here. I do see that it is multiple pages long, and knowing the costs associated with documents like strategic plans and other documents, they do get to be in the tens of thousands of dollars. It is not a requirement of the MGA, but I would just like to see if there was no option provided, just if there was an option for rescinding the 2019 economic development strategy as it is dated, and could that be also an option? Ms. Pratt?
I guess it could.
Okay. Councillor McCauley?
Businesses use these plans when they're looking for assistance to come into the area. And while there are stats from all over the place, the municipality is just one of those sources of information. There are gaps in our information here in the county from personal experience. And I always think that there's room for improvement, so I don't see why we wouldn't continue forward with this.
Thank you, Councillor McCauley. There are other organizations like the Chamber of Commerce. Many businesses depend on supply and demand, market economies, but I'll move that the committee recommend rescinding the 2019 Economic Development Strategy. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thanks, Reeve. I guess I do have one question for Administration, Economic Development Department. Without this document, I guess, would council need to direct you on a more regular basis as to what business opportunities to go after and how to go about that? Or I guess what would it look like without this document from your perspective?
Well, the strategy provides the overall direction, and so much of my regular activities have been based on supporting that strategy. Without a strategy, yeah, it would require regular direction, I guess, would be the best way to describe it.
So for example, are we talking monthly? Are we talking every meeting, like every council meeting? What type of frequency?
Well, I mean, the point of strategy is to be able to provide a general direction with the range of activities needed to accomplish that strategy. I guess the question is, what is the goal council wanting to accomplish? And the strategy is meant to support that goal. And then my activities. So without a strategy, the question is, what is the goal? And it might require a meeting at least quarterly. If it's gonna be regular direction, trying to say, go do this, go do that.
Right, and I think with the new strategic plan that council is currently developing, it's pretty clear within that appropriate business development that's gonna be sustainable, long-term, and beneficial to all residents of the county is our goal. And I'm not sure I'm just not sure that we're seeing that development coming, and I don't know where the issue is. Is it something that the county is doing? Is it something that, we're not getting any feedback as to what's preventing businesses from wanting to come to Clearwater County? And I think that's the biggest key piece of information that's missing from all of this, right? I mean, lack of high-speed internet isn't a reason for a manufacturing company to not want to come to Clearwater County. It isn't a reason for a large retail business to not want to come to Clearwater County. It isn't the reason that a large agriculture business or a slaughterhouse or an auction mart isn't in Clearwater County. We're not getting that feedback to this council. We're not getting those reasons so that we can, as a council, either omit or change bylaws or do whatever it is we need to do to encourage that growth. But in my time here, I have not once heard, other than lack of a faster internet, something that's preventing people from coming here and starting a business.
The previous reports that I mentioned would be very appropriate places to start. But the council does have a brand new overall strategy coming out, and any new economic development strategy would align with that, supporting that one.
Do you have any further comments, Deputy Reeve, or? Thank you. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I was just thinking, you said strategic plan, the Deputy Reeve did. I don't know how your department works, so I guess my question for you is, instead of having a economic development strategy, would the strategic plan be enough for you, enough of a guiding document for you?
Sorry, I'm just thinking. As I get older, I pause longer. I guess the question is how laid out the goals and the objectives in council's new strategy is, and from there, the economic development, rather than strategy, but economic development plan would be created out of that to support that.
Ms. Powell, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So with a completed strategic plan, would a much simpler, if this was rescinded today, would you be able to come up with a much simpler development strategy once you see that strategic plan? I think that's kind of like what I've heard the Reeves say and the Deputy Reeves say, we don't want to have two duplicating documents is what I'm getting from it. I'm just wondering if if once you see the strategic plan, if that would be enough direction for you. It's just a suggestion.
Well, I would take that and then come back to council asking for strategy, like the previous plan or strategies, excuse me, was created very much from business input directly. Open house, interviews, surveys, and I guess once council has approved their new strategic plan, my question would be coming back saying, getting direction from you on how would you like me to proceed in creating the new list of activities and various things I should be doing to support your plan. I mean, that the original strategy was created with that as the objective, to support the Council of the Day's strategy, but it was used using the input from business very directly in order to create that. And I would wait to see what your new strategy is and then go from there.
Councillor Letwin, do you have a comment?
So this strategic plan was brought forward by businesses. And who drafted this one up?
I went through the process. I created it.
Okay.
Based on the open house with businesses and surveys with businesses, and then also interviews with businesses and realtors to find out what people were demanding. There was a resident survey that was done at the time, but it wasn't actually very useful because the concentration was very much more urban focused. They were asking for retail, and recreation activities, things that are much more urban focused versus what would have been county focused.
Very good, thank you. Yes, I'd like to make the motion that this 2019 strategic plan is repealed, like suggested by Reeve Northcott.
Okay, we do have that motion on the floor.
Okay. I wasn't
So, no, thank you very much for the comments, Councillor Letwin. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it from a different angle here, and maybe I'm gonna put you in administration on the spot. But if you and administration could name one or two things that council can help you or administration to develop a better economic development strategy, what are a couple things that you could name that would benefit, that we as council could do? Is that putting you on the spot?
No, ideally, a good description of what council would like this community to look like 20 years down the road. What will the community look like? What will it feel like? What will be the job opportunities that are available that can keep youth here? What does that look like 20 years down the road? And then the economic development strategy is meant to support and do the activities to help accomplish that vision. That'd be the number one thing for me.
Okay, so a lot of that can be captured for the future development in Clearwater County, or planning would be, some of that can be captured in the municipal development plan, which is a long-term planning document, along with the strategic plan. With my time sitting on council, a lot of these documents do get to be fairly expensive, and we did have a previous agenda item for funding for a community trail at Condor. So you can create many documents and spend tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on documents that really maybe don't provide any true value to the community, but could be reinvested into other projects like that trail that was on the previous agenda item. So we do have a motion on the floor. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I want to throw in my 2 cents worth. I think we need a economic development strategy. If we want to rebuild a new one, that's fine, but I think we need one in place for direction until that new one is built. I don't think we need to go without one for even a day. I think we need a strategy so that when people approach the administration or a development officer, they could say, this is a strategy right at the moment, but we are looking at changing it. I think we need some kind of direction for people that want, or businesses that want to come here. I don't think we want nothing out there at the moment. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Powell.
I'll just make a comment after the vote,
Okay, no, we do
if that's
have-
okay.
Absolutely. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thanks, Reeve. I guess just to carry on with what Mr. Cermak was saying there. Again, I'll ask the same question, I think. Can we get examples of businesses that are wanting to come here so that we can better understand what we can do as a council to encourage them to come here? Like it really seems like we're not getting many specifics here.
CAO Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you. If I may, in my time working with economic development, which also really is closely associated with planning, what I heard from developers over and over and over was the importance of development-ready land. That was one of the key obstacles, if I may, from businesses that did want to come into Clearwater County that I'll say couldn't, but chose not to. In my time, I had commercial businesses look to come into Clearwater County, and by the time we went through the rezoning process, the appeal process, it was 2 years. By the time they actually opened their doors, that market actually took a negative turn and just about was the demise of a business that was actually quite excited to come into Clearwater and fund local hockey teams and be part of the community, but turned out quite negative. The process is really what I've heard over and over and over from businesses that wanted to come into Clearwater County. It was the importance of having land ready so that they could actually hit the ground running, build and open their doors, if that helps, Deputy Reeve.
Do you have comments, Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, I guess in a way that does help CAO Emmons, but like I'm seeing land that is development ready, and I'm not seeing businesses coming here. So if it's a procedural issue, then council needs to be made aware of what procedures need to be changed so that we can change them. If it's this perception that we're not open to new businesses, well then that perception has to be coming from the Economic Development Office. Because where else would that possibly come from, right? And that, I'm just having a real hard time understanding if this document over the past 6 years is creating those concerns, then why should we continue with it?
CAO Emmons.
Thank you. If I may, the procedural issues really are beyond Clearwater County's authority. They're legislated through the province. Every process is subject to and entitled to an appeal. And when it's strategic and waits to the 11th hour of that appeal timeframe, it stretches out the entire timeframe for the applicant to have a successful application in their hand to call it a development permit. The other part I might add to my sentence that I negated, which I apologize, actually wasn't just development-ready land, it was serviced development-ready land. Many of the developers I talked to, you know, we talk about, you know, properties to the north, Caroline. Those properties in Caroline specifically were for sale for a small window of time and then were pulled back off the MLS. We had many calls, but they were interested in serviced land. You know, rather than stagnating a large part of their property for stormwater drainage and on-site wastewater treatment. They were interested in 5 acres, those larger rural, I'll say, lots that really don't fit in the town of Rocky per se, but still want that municipal services. And the messaging, again, going back on my time, really from a business perspective, what I heard was from other businesses looking at the appeal process and those type of things, they took it as a negative, and the community didn't want them because it was very hard to come in. Every business model had an appeal for a number of years. There wasn't one business that didn't. So that was the messaging they took.
Okay, thank you, CEO Emmons. Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
Just with my chats I've had with people out there with 2018 with this report, talking about broadband back in 2018, from the groups I had talked to, they said that there was like car dealerships. That's where they put in that network down over, Edwards and Pitt-Ernie's area. They needed broadband. That's what they required. I guess a car update was taken like all afternoon. So there was a requirement for it for them. On the optics side, just this is my personal belief, I don't see how rescinding this would look as we're open for business. I think that would further the optics that we're not.
Thank you, Councillor McCauley. In many ways, this economic development strategy is outdated, for one, and just as you mentioned for Edward Scratch, you know, private sector business needed a connection to fiber optic network, and they, through their own personal business plan and their economic development strategy of their own, they did get a fiber optic connection for their business without the municipality. So if there's no further discussion, we have a motion on the floor to rescind the 2019 economic development strategy. Councillor Cermak, do you have a comment or question?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, Councillor Cermak's requesting a recorded vote. Thank you for that. Call the question. All those in favour? And those opposed? That motion is supported by the committee. Are there any further comments, motions? Councillor Powell.
I don't know if it's a motion, it's more of a comment to see what the rest of council thinks. But after the strategic plan is finished, which is supposed to be a guiding document, I would just be curious if that does give enough direction to the Economic Development Office and your thoughts on it. I'm not sure if that's appropriate for me to say that, but we have one document that we are putting a lot of time and effort into, and I would be curious to see if it is going to be suffice for you, or if you still needed further direction. But that's just, I think that further direction, I think this is, I was trying to count the pages, doesn't need to be in such a numerous page document, and I'm just wondering if there can be something simpler coming out at a later date after you see the strategic plan. But it's just my opinion.
I think that's a great comment, Councillor Powell. When the strategic plan is officially adopted by council, there'd be an opportunity. We do have future strategic planning meetings coming up, and if there would be an opportunity at another meeting to have consideration for a revised or modernized economic development strategy going forward, that could be an option, absolutely. So, is there any? If there's, yep. At this time, we'll take we'll be back at 11:15. We'll take a recess. Do you need a minute, Councillor Humphrey?
Probably gonna need a whole.
We'll go back to live stream. Welcome back from our recess, and welcome back to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for May 25th. We're going to move back in our agenda to item 4.2, which is Animal Control Bylaw. It is on page 13, and I'll pass the floor over to Director Newkirk to present this item.
Good morning. So as mentioned, this is kind of a review of the animal control bylaw. Due to the amalgamation between Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline, administration is preparing a new animal control bylaw to establish consistent regulations and service levels across the municipality. And for clarification, it is more of a dog and cat bylaw. We have decided that we're gonna split out dog and cats specifically, and separate all other animals. If we need to create a bylaw regarding any other animal that we want to regulate in the county, there'll be a separate bylaw for that. So there isn't one bylaw for all animals within the county, just for council's clarification. Historically, the Village of Caroline has provided animal control services for both dogs and cats, including a licensing program for both animal types. In contrast, Clearwater County currently contracts the Alberta Animal Health Services in Red Deer to respond to dog-related complaints only. Dog licensing is not required within the county, and cats are not regulated currently. Administration is seeking direction from the committee regarding the preferred future service levels and regulatory approach for animal control services moving forward, including considerations related to licensing, enforcement, penalties, and the regulation of cats and dogs across the municipality. Topics for discussion include the addition of cat regulations within the county, the addition of dog and cat licensing, the maximum number of dogs and cats permitted per residential and agricultural parcel. Due to the complexity of combining the two existing bylaws, administration has implemented a color-coded system within the draft bylaw to assist the committee during review. Sections highlighted in red represent new additions. Blue text reflects provisions from the current Village of Caroline bylaw, and black text reflects provisions carried forward from the current Clearwater County Dog Control bylaw. So we're looking for direction on how council would like to see the two bylaws combined because of the different level of service between the two. And we need direction so that we can bring back a future draft bylaw to the committee for your review. And I'm now gonna pass it over to Whitney, and she's gonna go over the bylaw and the changes that we've made and how that looks.
Are you guys ready for this?
We're ready.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, and thank you.
Okay, so the first couple pages are just the legalese part, just explaining about Caroline and the amalgamation. And then it goes into our definitions, which it depends on how we go today, how those will change. So those are not, we're not gonna go into that today for definitions. So on page 4, so the Village of Caroline has licensing for dogs, and they license cats as well. So to kind of simplify it a little bit, we should probably just decide what council would like to do, if you guys would like to include cats within the current service level, or if you would like to take that away from the Village of Caroline. Or Hamlet.
The Hamlet of Caroline.
Sorry.
So the question is to remain status quo with the historical bylaws that were in the former Village of Caroline?
Yeah, so the former Village of Caroline, they had cats, dogs. They have different regulations on the amount of cats and dogs you can have. They have licensing, and they have restricted dogs. So those are all things that we need to discuss today to figure out how you guys would like to move forward.
Thank you. I see a couple of lights are on. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I guess, first of all, I'll just say that I don't believe that there is a desire in the community to have cat licensing of any sort, whether it's in a hamlet or within the rural portion of the municipality. And secondly, has there been consideration to create a document that would have a set of bylaws for hamlets
That's-
another that,
That's part of this as well, is if you would like to, because right now it's just flat across the board, everybody has the same rules, but we could incorporate different rules for hamlets if that's
Right.
what you
and
request.
it feels like because of the business licensing, I realize that we're trying to bring the Caroline bylaws and amalgamate them, but it feels like we're trying to urbanize, we're trying to push urban bylaws on the rural portion of the county. And I think that's something that we definitely want to avoid.
Okay,
So whether it's, two separate bylaws, where there's one for hamlets and one for the county, that's the existing dog bylaw that we have that I don't think anyone in the county has ever complained about. Other than the people that their dogs get euthanized because they're chasing cows, but. Yeah, to blanket the whole county with a dog and cat bylaw, I'm at a loss for words.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Well, and you nailed what I was gonna talk about and ask questions on. So, because I don't think we need a dog and cat bylaw, as you stated, Councillor McKay, that for the rural areas. But for the hamlets, perhaps we need it in there. How is the dog and cat bylaw being in Caroline, the existing one? And how has that been functioning? How has it been working?
I think it's been working fine. I don't actually handle that part of it. Sandra Buckberry does in Caroline. So we kind of work together to do complaints right now because we are working off of two different bylaws. So it's a little bit tricky that way. The cats in Caroline, just a few weeks ago, she was like, no, we haven't had any cat complaints ever. And then like 2 weeks later, we got two cat complaints. So then we had to, because it's in the bylaw, we had to get some cat traps and stuff like that and get that all organized with animal services. So it just, and this is such a variable thing, like from year to year, it just depends on the calls we get.
Yeah, I really have an issue with cat bylaw. I don't know how bad cats would be, but.
It would increase a lot, if we included that, especially if it was like throughout the entire county. And it's also whether or not Alberta Animal Services is willing to take that on. If they were just doing the hamlets, that might be something that they would negotiate with us, but if it was for the entire county, I think that would be a problem.
I agree with Councillor McKay that I don't think there's a real need for the cat bylaw in our hamlets, definitely not in our county, and I don't think for the hamlets either. But how about you look after the bylaws for the county then? For dogs, have we had a lot of complaints about dogs in the county?
Yes, we have multiple complaints, usually weekly.
And that's handled not by, we don't have a county
No, that's through.
representative, it's an outside source?
Yes, so I take all of the complaints and I submit them to Animal Services just so that we know what's going on and that we are in control of our budget. And then Animal Services will come out or they'll send warnings through the mail, just dependent on the nature of the complaint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it enough, or we're spending enough there that are we gonna need our own animal services instead of?
I don't believe we need to, but that is completely up to council.
Well, it would be a cost thing.
Yeah,
Are we
definitely.
spending more
So
outsourcing it than we would be having it in-house is I guess where my question is going on.
So I have the last 3 years, like total amounts that we've spent, and 2025, we spent $25,735. 2024, we spent $37,000, or $228. And then in 2023, we spent $22,098.
So we should keep
So
outsourcing it
it-
because there's no way we can do that ourselves
No,
for less than
exactly,
that.
it would be a lot more.
Oh, okay. That answered some questions I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Powell, go ahead.
The licensing of cats makes no sense. I don't know how you would ever look after that or make it feasible to, and I'm not even sure about the licensing of dogs, but I do believe there needs to be a bylaw on dogs only because I have seen like a county bylaw, whether that be the current one that's in place. I would just not want to see that retracted. I have seen some, I have personally witnessed some bad things happen between neighbors and dogs, so there needs to be something. But this licensing thing, I don't know anyone who's gonna go in and license their cat, or furthermore, I don't think a lot of people will license their dogs. But I do think there has to be some kind of, maybe what's going on, like you said, there's a lot of complaints, right? I have neighbors telling me about
Yeah.
dogs and what they're doing with the neighbors' dogs, et cetera, and I know that's an issue, but I think that's already in place, is it not? And it's working
Yes.
well.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's just that I have to give you all the options, with what Caroline has currently. So these are just things that we could implement, but it is completely up to council how you would like to move forward.
And a yearly, I think if I read on here, it's like a yearly dog licensing, that would be a lot of administration
That would be a
time.
lot of time, yeah.
That's what I thought. So yeah, the licensing of dogs and cats doesn't make any sense to me, but that's just my opinion.
Counselor Letwin?
What are the bylaws for the hamlets of Leslieville, Condor, Alhambra right now for dogs and cats?
It's through the whole Clearwater County bylaw, because they're just part of Clearwater County. We don't have a
So
separate
we-
bylaw for hamlets.
So could we take that and implement that in Caroline and be done?
Yes, of course, you guys can implement our current bylaw into, like Caroline, and we could move forward like that.
Just asking.
I do have some issues with our current bylaw that I did, I expanded some things because it was a little bit more vague than, I would like, because there's so many variables. So in our bylaw, hold on.
But
So we have it in here that, we permit 3 dogs per residence, and
This is in the
it doesn't,
hamlets.
it just says residential. So, and it doesn't really specify egg parcels or anything like that, and I think that should be changed as well, because if people have guardian dogs and things like that, then they should be allowed to have more, if they're so inclined, but that is completely up to you guys. But if we could get clarification on whether or not you guys want to, move forward with cats alone? No?
Well, yeah, but I don't feel that, people that live out in the farmland have to register their animals, period.
Okay, and
Yeah, cats
and
or
that was
dogs,
my next
that's
question. If we aren't doing cats, then we're just doing dogs, then that would be, would you like to license them
Not in the rural, not in farmland.
in the hamlets?
Don't know. I haven't discussed it with council yet.
Do you have further comments, Counselor Letwin?
No, thank you.
Ms. Haight, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanting to clarify that no matter what, there has to be a new bylaw. Currently, there are 2 bylaws in effect. One is one is for the former Village of Caroline, and one is for the former old municipality of Clearwater County. So what has to happen is for eventually council to decide what that new bylaw looks like and who that new bylaw will apply to. So at the end of the day, there has to be a new bylaw. So it just is up to council at the end of the day to decide what that new bylaw is going to look like.
Thank you, Ms. Haight. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yes, I need to know, where is the most enforcement happening at? In rural or in our hamlets?
It varies year to year. This year has been probably like 80% in Caroline. And in previous years, like we have had issues in hamlets, but sometimes it's all rural. So it just depends on the year, depends on the people, the dogs, and everything like that. So it's, yeah, I can't really give you a specific number, but this year is Caroline is our biggest problem.
So it sounds like we need two policies, one for rural, one for hamlets, and nothing for cats. I like that cats are free,
Okay.
because they just allow us to live with them, I think. Most cats anyway. They have their own mind and they do whatever they want anyway, so.
Okay, so within the bylaw, I can just do a section for regulations for in hamlets as well, so it can all be in one bylaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That would be even simpler.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so no cats. And we're not doing licensing for dogs?
So in regards to cats,
Yes.
so is the consensus then sort of sounding like there would be no maximum number of cats permitted? Is that what I'm sort of hearing? Just, would, Councillor Powell?
I was just speaking to licensing.
Okay, so okay. So licensing of cats. And then we'll move on and we'll get to the capacity or the number of cats.
Okay, so you did want to include cats in this bylaw? We don't have that now currently. There is no mention of cats in our current bylaw. However, Caroline does have it in theirs, so I'm just giving you options.
Right, so if there's no mention, so if there was no mention of cats, then you wouldn't need licensing, but it also would have, you could potentially have an unlimited number of cats as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe again a hamlet thing.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Maybe if, as far as cats, because out in rural area, you can have a dozen cats, barn cats. But in a hamlet, I could see where if you had a dozen cats, that might be a bit much. So yeah, maybe we need to set some number of cats for in the hamlets and try to regulate it that way. Just to keep control of it a bit that way, but I totally agree that we shouldn't get into licensing cats. We should just maybe have something so that if it was an issue, somebody would call in and say, oh my God, there's like, a dozen cats next door, and they're never next door, they're at my door. Okay. I don't know, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so for that, I can put that in. However, I do need to check with Animal Services and whether or not they're willing to enforce that. Yeah.
Just gonna add that we need somebody to enforce it as soon as we have like a maximum number, or that somebody has to also follow up and deal with those complaints if they come in.
Which is then gonna just up our costs.
Correct.
And our administrative costs. So maybe we're better off to just leave it like it is in the county now. I don't know how everybody else feels.
So right now, currently in the previous bylaw from the Village of Caroline, how many cats were permitted per property?
So they have, it's 4 animals, like 4 dogs or 4 cats, like, or you could have 2 dogs, 2 cats, but it's 4 total.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. Historically, has there ever been a complaint in Clearwater County, hamlet or rural, regarding the number of cats?
No, I haven't had any complaints about that. I've only had, well, part of it is that I don't take a full complaint because we don't deal with cats. So when somebody says I have a cat complaint, I say like, well, unfortunately, in our bylaw, we don't deal with cats. And you do have options, like you could rent a trap from Ag Services and trap the cat and rehome it. And that's kind of what I give people, but I haven't had anybody specifically call and say that their neighbor has too many cats.
It's, I think it's kind of a dangerous precedent to set. You know, dictating the number of any animals that one person can have. But that's just my personal opinion.
Councillor Letwin.
What is the difference between a dog and a restricted dog?
So that's in the Village of Caroline's bylaw. We don't have that in our current bylaw. A restricted dog is sorry, I have it written down here. So a restricted dog is convicted under the Caroline bylaw with 2 separate minor attacks on a person or an animal, or convicted under the bylaw with 1 serious attack, or there's an order under the Dangerous Dogs Act.
Hey, thank you.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any further comments from any committee members at this time.
Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, I'm not really sure for direction how you guys would like to go. Would you? Okay. And then there's also like the allowable dogs. So if we're just sticking with dogs, then there's the allowable dogs. So in our bylaw currently, it's 3 dogs per residential parcel. But that can be construed differently because egg parcels are also residential. So that is up to you if you would like to increase that for egg parcels, or if you would like to increase it for all residences or decrease it as you see fit.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
What was it before? Like it was 3 before?
There's 3, yeah, for our, like the Clearwater County bylaw is 3, and in Caroline it's 4.
Okay, just in here it doesn't, the red is the new suggested, but previous to this suggestion, it was 3?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's many, many, many examples of places in Clearwater County with more than 3 dogs.
Yes, it's just, we're complaint based.
Right.
Do you have further comments, Councillor or Deputy Reeve? Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
Alberta has the Dangerous Dogs Act. In order for that to work, we have to have dangerous dogs declared in our bylaws in order to use those features, or?
No, because we, like within our bylaw, we talk about aggressive dogs, and so it's covered under that. However, if you want to have something more solid, would be the restricted dogs, if that's something you want to have.
But it requires more enforcement. Like someone actually would have to enforce that.
Yeah, yes.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, what is the number on an agricultural parcel? How many dogs can they have?
It doesn't specify in the bylaw, it just says 3 dogs per residential parcel, which is why in the new one that I've drafted here, it's a little bit more specified, because the way I think is that if it says 3 dogs, people are gonna think 3 dogs. So that's why I had put in for the new part would be for 3 dogs on any land designated as residential, specifically country residential agriculture, and hamlet residential and manufactured home park. And then 3 dogs on any land designated as industrial, commercial, and institutional. And then this one was variable, 5 dogs on any land designated as agricultural or unlimited on any land designated as agricultural. So those are kind of the options that I had come up with. But you guys, you can let me know if I'm out to lunch on those or if you want to change them.
I would like to see it kept to one number countywide.
For the whole county?
Yeah, instead of jumping around 3 to 5 or 3
Okay.
to 4 or whatever. If you keep it simpler, the KISS method.
So, Councillor Cermak, what I'm hearing is the same bylaw, so all the hamlets across the whole municipality as a whole would all have the same number of... Okay. Councillor Humphrey?
I can see it for all the hamlets, but agricultural, I think, is different up there, because they might have, you know, if they've got working dogs, they might have 4 or 5 of them.
Need a kennel license.
Well, not if we put it in for agriculture, just as they got there, just agriculture, 5 dogs on any land designated as agriculture, or unlimited on any land described as agricultural. So what is that, 5?
It was 2 options for you,
Oh,
so
2
we could,
options.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say on agricultural land, it would have more. I don't know whether the 5 or the unlimited, but on an ag parcel, I would think more than 3, 'cause lots of people do out in the country have more than.
And as long as people are taking care of their pets and keeping them on their property, then there is no problem.
On that, regarding dogs, if somebody has a business that's in dog sledding, can they have over...
I believe in like a dog sledding situation, they would need to have a permit through planning and probably a kennel license through planning.
So they would be sort of exempt then and have an opportunity to still have additional dogs
Yes.
over and above the
Yes.
proposed bylaw?
Yes, as long as they went through the formal process, yes.
Okay. Councillor Powell?
I'm just thinking of people, depending on what type of animal they have, there are people with certain dogs that stay out with their animals and they're not supposed to socialize with people. So you could have a herd of sheep and often they'll put 3 or 4 dogs out with that herd and they're not supposed to come in and socialize with people and they stay with that herd. I would hate to just limit some of those people whose dogs are actually bonded to those sheep. And if they have 4 of them out there, it's just a thought, right? It depends, and I don't know if they would have to come in then for a specific permit because they're running them. And I mean, they're not gonna leave the sheep, that's their job, but would that need a different permit then?
I don't think so. No, if we change the bylaw, then no.
Deputy Reeve McKay?
The unlimited on agricultural, I think would alleviate a whole lot of issues, because what I can see happening here, because it's calls that we all deal with, is the weaponization of this bylaw. If it was stated in here that only 5 dogs or 3 dogs or 4 dogs or however many dogs we pick were allowed on an agricultural property, that acreage owner that's frustrated with this farmer for X reason is gonna continuously call in because they have 1 extra dog.
Yeah.
Or 2 extra dogs, and it's gonna be nonstop. And it's gonna be costly, and it's just gonna lead to more frustration and more division between those 2 types of residents. So I think, again, unless we're willing to consider dogs that are working dogs as livestock and not fall under this bylaw, we can't possibly limit the amount of dogs on an agricultural parcel.
Okay. Does everybody agree?
I don't know, I think all pets are good pets when they have good owners and they're, you know, but when they become stray cats or roaming pets, I'm just wondering if there'd be an opportunity to be able to have a delegation from the upper animal services.
Oh, of course.
Just to see what, you know, what bylaws have worked good in other municipalities and which ones haven't, and if having a number of pets or a number of cats or dogs, if it seems to be beneficial, or if sort of having unlimited cats or unlimited dogs, that seems to be okay in some municipalities, but I really don't know. I'm not a animal services specialist, so
Yeah, did you want me to bring them in as a delegation then?
I think the information will be useful for myself if they would have time to
Okay.
give the committee a delegation, but we can make that in a form of motion and call it to a vote.
Okay.
Maybe at this time, I didn't see any consensus amongst the committee, so I move that the committee direct administration to set up a delegation with the Alberta Animal Services as a future delegation.
To council or strategic planning?
I think strategic planning would be
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor now. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of that motion? Okay, there we have formal consensus. Motion is supported by the committee.
So did you guys want to wait until that delegation and then we can go over more things? Yes?
I think that looks to be the consensus, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to tell anybody how many dogs or cats they can have. However, when there's stray cats and stray dogs, they can be, have a nuisance factor in the community.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
And an impact on their neighbors.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the information. Mr. Emmons, if we were to move on to item 6.1. 6.1 would be health and safety policies, template alignment and legislative updates. It is on page 116.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Fallon Johnson. I work with Health and Safety as a health and safety technician.
Probably after lunch.
We're here to present you with the updated health and safety policies attached. We put in so that we could look at the committee's support and forward them to a future council meeting for approval. So the updates are primarily administrative, so we were just using the new template for our policies and splitting up the procedures and align with all the standards we have now. There's no operational changes, with the exception of on the incident reporting to council. We're changing the $2,000 reportable amount to $5,000 to match what the RCMP currently has in place. Otherwise, everything remains the same and to meet legislative requirements.
Okay, so right now you're just looking for motion to forward this to council for approval.
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion or amendments or consideration? So the motion we'd be looking for is that the committee recommend that council approve the health and safety policies that have been updated.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion that we forward these, forward the policies to council for approval.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll call the question. Oh, Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Just one quick question here, sorry. Just regarding the employee vaccination policy, it states that Clearwater County strongly recommends and encourages, as vaccinations have been recognized by OH&S as an engineering control, blah, 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 blah. So since you stated that they're an engineering control to mitigate certain risks, would employees that have elected to, choose not to be vaccinated, would there be certain positions that they would not be able to take on?
It is not a mandatory vaccination policy.
Well, I understand that,
Yeah.
but because you've designated it as an engineering control, when we're speaking about the hierarchy of eliminating hazards, you've now identified this as a control. So does that eliminate certain employees from certain tasks because they would not be able to meet that control? Or would there be other controls outside of engineering that would be put in place?
We put all engineering controls into place, but how we would work it is they would sign a waiver saying they're not accepting the vaccinations in place, and all other engineering controls, administrative controls, and PPE will still protect them. This is just an additional resource that the government and everyone recommends, but it's not a mandatory one. So that even in different industries, you can still work in those jobs without getting these recommended vaccinations.
Right, and I understand that. I'm just, again, my concern is with it being identified as an engineering control, as long as that's not gonna affect anyone's employment.
No.
Or anyone's work environment because they made a different choice from someone else. That's my only concern.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I hear a strong emphasis on having personal choice, whether they decide to get vaccinated or not. And as it's stated here, it's a recommendation, but not a mandatory requirement. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, Deputy Reeve, do you have?
No, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we'll take a recess till 12:30. Welcome back from our recess. In today's agenda for Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for Monday, May 25th, we'll be moving into item 6.2, which is draft protection of privacy policy. It is on page 123, and I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Haight to present this item.
Thank you. So before the committee today is a draft protection of privacy policy. This policy is the first of its kind for Clearwater County, and it is going to be part of Clearwater County's protection of privacy management program that is going to be implemented as of June 11th, according to the new legislation, the Protection of Privacy Act. So the Act requires municipalities to establish and implement a privacy management program. And this program is a set of policies, administrative procedures, and tools developed by the municipality to ensure privacy is protected and procedures align with the Act. The program is designed to prevent privacy issues and provides clear steps for responding to questions, concerns, or complaints. It also documents how the organization protects personal information, how it follows privacy laws, and it also ensures employees understand how to handle information properly in their day-to-day work. So it sets clear rules for collecting, using, sharing, and protecting personal information. Overall, the program promotes accountability to help build trust and show that this organization takes privacy seriously while continuing to deliver services in a responsible and transparent way. And I would just like to note that this program is administrative in nature, and it's guided by provincial law. It contains an overarching protection of privacy policy for council's consideration. This governance policy serves as the program's cornerstone to foster leadership and guidance from council. It also enforces council's commitment to supporting administration in developing and strengthening the county's privacy management program to minimize risks and increase compliance. So the draft policy outlines the policy statement, which is a fairly basic wording. Then it outlines definitions, and the sections that are particularly for this committee's review is the purpose and principles. So the purpose of this policy is to strengthen Clearwater County Council's ability to handle and protect personal information by demonstrating a commitment to privacy to foster trust with residents, employees, and stakeholders, supporting legislative and administrative objectives for effectively managing and protecting personal information, supporting the head of the municipality in their delegation of powers, duties, and functions under the Act, and working collaboratively with administration to ensure councillors handle personal information responsibly, and supporting the sustainability of the county's privacy management program by ensuring appropriate funding is allocated. This then is followed by principles of the policy, and there are 5 principles outlined. First is accountability and leadership. And the statement here is that council members recognize their responsibility to uphold privacy obligations and demonstrate leadership and accountability by handling personal information in a manner that reflects public trust. Next is respect for privacy. Personal information shall be treated with respect and care. Only the minimum necessary personal information shall be collected, used, and disclosed as required. Third, transparency and trust. Council is committed to open and transparent practices regarding the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. All handling of personal information shall align with applicable legislation and other relevant laws. Fourth is collaboration with administration. that council members shall work collaboratively with administration to ensure consistent, compliant, and effective privacy practices and access to information requests are followed when fulfilling their duties. Council members shall adhere to appropriate administrative, technical, and physical safeguards to mitigate risks and protect personal information from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure of personal information. And council is committed to regularly reviewing Clearwater County's privacy management program to improve their privacy practices. And last, privacy management program sustainability and resourcing. This statement says that council is committed to sustaining a privacy management program by ensuring adequate funding and resources are allocated to support privacy compliance and best practices, participating in ongoing training and supporting tools and systems required to protect personal information, and recognizing privacy protection as a core component of responsible governance and risk management.
Thank you, Ms. Haid. Floor is open for council discussion, for comments, questions, or a motion. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion that we recommend that council adopt the policy at the June 9th regular council meeting.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey makes a motion that the committee recommend the council adopt the policy at the June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting. There's a little bit more in the staff recommendation here, and include within the June 2026 Clearwater County Privacy Management Program document. Is that the motion that you're making, Councillor Humphrey?
That's correct.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on that motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried.
Thank you.
Moving on in our agenda to Public Works, it's item 7.1, Gravel Road Network Maintenance Operations Program Review. It is on page 128, and we'd like to welcome Mr. Magnus to Chambers.
Good afternoon, Reeve Northcott and Council. We, that being Mr. Hugh Leslie, will be joining us here momentarily. Clearwater County's Gravel Road Supervisor, along with Mr. Sean Ho, Clearwater County's Project Technologist, who will also be joining us shortly. And myself, as the Director of Public Works Operations, were asked or directed by the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole last November and December 2025 to bring forward the programs, specifically the County Grader Pool Program, Contracted Grader Pool Program, and the Graveling Program for service level review. Hence, what you see before you is an overview of each of the three programs, along with the appropriate policies associated with the programs. As such, looking at each of the programs individually, they can be summarized as follows. First and foremost, Clearwater County has 1,917 kilometers, more or less, of gravel roads. These roads are maintained both in-house and via third-party contractors. There are a total of 13 grader beats in the county. 2 of the grader beats are maintained by Clearwater County's in-house operators and graders. These are grader beat number 502 and number 511 or 511. Beat number 511 maintains the Otis Road and the Buster Creek Road. In and of itself, to run the County Grader Pool program is approximately $1,865 per kilometer. The contracted grader pool consists of 11 contract beats. On average, each beat maintains 151 kilometers, more or less, of gravel road. In and of itself, the cost associated with maintaining the gravel roads via a contractor is $1,882 per kilometer. For both the in-house and contractors, as per policy, during the spring, summer, and fall months, grader maintenance of gravel roads is performed on an as-required basis. During the winter months, as per policy, grader operators strive to have roads opened within 96 hours after a snowstorm or series of winter storm events. As to the graveling program, the budget associated with this program is $1,993,481. That was the approved budget as accepted by council for 2026. This program applies aggregates to selected gravel roads year-round as required, maintains the infrastructure, integrity, and safety of Clearwater County roads, utilizes in-house resources and external contractors including trucking, grader operators, and loader operators, maintains life of gravel roads until gravel road rehabilitation is required. Approximately 100,000 to 200,000 metric tons of aggregate are utilized per year. At this point, I'll turn it over to the committee for further discussion if needed, and or any questions beyond what was presented in this item and through its attachments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Director Magnus. The floor is open for comments, discussion. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Director Magnus, during the spring, summer, and fall months, who determines the as required for a grader to go out?
That is to and overseen by our gravel road supervisors. That's Mr. Hugh Leslie.
Okay.
So he's constantly on the road, working with the grader operators, checking the roads themselves, and basically directs them as required accordingly to the beat and whatever is required of that beat. So oversees that in and of itself.
So would he give direction to a contract operator that their beat in entirely needs to be run over, or, this certain section needs to be done? Like, is it that specific? Okay.
Yeah, it's that specific, yes.
Okay. Just there's often comments, and I've seen it myself, where you'll get your 3 tracks in your gravel roads, as we all know, and the dust is greatly reduced and the road's in good shape, it's smooth, and then for seemingly no apparent reason, grader comes out and brings all those fines back into the center of the road, and it gets incredibly dusty again. And I'm just wondering if we're dictating that, or if that was on the contract operator himself. But
yeah, typically what's happened in the past is the grader operators themselves will come out and they'll do a road typically when it's not required. And so, what we've done over the last number of years, because it's been so dry, is we monitor that even closely to the point where at that point, we don't bring them out, because you're absolutely right. All it does is just create fines, and it just gets dustier. There was a year here, 3 years ago, where we actually had the graders sit. There was no reason for them to be out. The roads were in excellent condition. All it was doing was creating more fines and dustier conditions. So what we do is we're on top of them in regards to making sure that they don't go out unnecessarily to create that type of scenario.
Okay. Because already this year I've seen evidence of it in the East Country, so just a heads up, I guess, for Mr. Leslie.
No, I would absolutely have to echo the exact same concerns, and residents in the region in Ward 4, many times you'll see the road. It almost looks like pavement. There's very little dust, the road's in good condition, and it'll be extremely dry, and then the grader goes down the road. And it is it creates a very, very dusty situation. So, is there any further discussion from the committee on this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours, Councillor Humphrey.
Super, thank you. In reviewing this, back on the right where you have the background #1 county grader pool, and this is our grader pool, and it says, I maybe just need to get some clarification on beats. Because it says we have 2 beats, and then it says 502, 511, and 511C. So 511 and 511C are combined as a beat. So that's the same grader. So we have just 2 graders?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we just separated that out just for clarity in terms of recognizing that the 25 kilometers that you see there is actually the Ocheese Road and Buster Creek Road.
Okay.
Where the majority of the time is spent there for that operator as per direction of council in terms of the Ocheese Road, and then the remaining 69 is part of that West Country.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks for clarifying that. The other question I have, and it comes back to always, back to the dust with the roads. But quite often I'm wondering if it isn't at the request of people because the roads they get rough. So you get all that chatter on them. And I understand it's, then people are complaining because the road's rough. But when you go out and try to work it up, it makes more fines. We've had such dry weather for so long. And in talking with Mr. Leslie and stuff is you have to wet the road in order to be able to work it and do any good on it where it gets all that washboard, which in the past few years, we've been in a drought for close to 8 years now. So I understand that it's pretty rough. So when they go out, and if they're going out to fix a section of road that has washboard, and we go and work that, are we skipping the parts that are good then? So we don't touch them, or are we, if we're on that beat, we're just hitting them all, or how does that work?
I'll turn it to Mr. Leslie there.
Mr. Leslie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so, yeah, when it gets extremely dry, that's exactly what we'll do. Well, if there's a section of road doesn't need maintenance, we try to just not work it up. The only caveat with that is the grader actually has to travel that entire piece of road to make sure there isn't anything needs to be done with it.
Right, and quite often, we'll get residents that'll say, well, I seen the grader go by, but he had his blade up.
Yeah.
And so it's just good to clarify that for everybody, that the reason it's up because you don't want to grade it and pull the fines back in, but you have to get to that section of road that's washboard in order to fix it.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion or amendments or motion? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you. Back in November when we were first discussing this, I believe there was a question raised regarding what seemed to be an increased number of fines in the gravel that the county was using. And there was some indication that there was gonna be, I guess, a bit of an investigation into that, if that was in fact the case, if we're creating a bit of our own problem here by graveling with gravel that has a lot more fines than it should, or did that ever get looked into?
So just to be clear with this committee here is every gravel pit in and of itself is a little different, but we do meet the specs. When we go out there and crush them, we do meet the specs, okay? So to say that we're seeing more fines in regards to the gravel, nothing's changed in any of our gravel pits. So in the entire time I've been here, in the 13 years, 14 years, in bringing on new gravel pits and so on, we make every effort to make sure that in our crushing operations that they meet specs. So up to this point in time there's nothing that has changed on any of these gravel pits. The gravel met specs, and so in response to your question is that there's been no changes to the influx of fines or a greater amount of fines. What you're seeing is there's always a little bit different in terms of clay content, silt content in the various gravel pits. They're not all the same sort of thing. So we're rest assured that each of our gravel pits and the crushing that has been gone on within these gravel pits have met specs.
Okay, so there has been no increase in fines because I have to agree with some of the residents that have brought it forward that it sure seems like there is, so.
No increase in fines.
Okay then, I respectfully disagree.
It's your opinion.
Okay, I would say maybe sometimes when the grading is done during extreme, like when the roads are hard, the gravel gets pulverized into you start out with 3/4 inch crush, but when the roads are hard and dry and then graded, it would, pulverize the gravel that's on the road, making it into more fines. Deputy Reeves, go ahead.
That's true. I mean, throughout the county, there's many examples that wouldn't make 5/8 or even 1/2 inch crush. And there is a pile of fines in it. And I understand your position, but it's a reality that it is out there. And it's certainly not 3/4, and it certainly does have more fines in it than what we're used to.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think during the dry conditions, residents, I know I get a few phone calls when there's the masses of the dust, you'll have a good road and really and then the residents that live beside those roads and it's just nothing but massive dust. So we do get quite a few phone calls in that nature. Is there any other discussion needed or any further comments? Director Magnus, do you have any comments? I just see your light is on.
No.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, we could have a motion to accept the presentation as information. Councillor Powell, you're making the motion to accept the information, this presentation as information?
Yes, I'd make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell that the Strategic Planning Council Committee, the whole, accepts the information as presented. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving into item 7.2, Clearwater County Bylaw Review, Bylaw 26090, Repeal of obsolete or redundant bylaws. Page 137. Director Hansen. Floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, Reeve, committee members. I'm going to turn this right over to our capital projects supervisor, Kate Regland. She will walk through this pretty simple this housekeeping item there when it comes to this bylaw review.
Okay, good afternoon, committee. So we're here today just to review some old bylaws. And we've identified one bylaw that is either obsolete or redundant. So if they're obsolete or redundant, bylaws are no longer functional, necessary, or legally valid. They could be outdated, which refer to practices no longer in use, superseded, they've been replaced by a newer bylaw and were not properly repealed, or inoperative or ineffective. So they no longer serve a practical purpose for operations and our current provincial legislation. So the one bylaw is bylaw 350 from the Village of Caroline. So it's a land use agreement for the current lagoon site. They're old, so they are very hard to read, but it's just kind of outlining the reclamation of the site. However, because we have newer approvals that are issued, and our approvals cover the construction, the operation, and the reclamation of the wastewater system, we've deemed this one kind of inoperative, ineffective, because we have a more current provincial legislation than we did in 1982. So we have attached the bylaw new bylaw number 26/090, which will repeal or obsolete this bylaw from the Village of Caroline. Does anyone have any questions or clarifications?
Not seeing any questions. Kind of, yeah, this is an old bylaw. I see first, second, and third readings were all passed on July 27th, 1982.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're recommending that the committee recommends council grant first, second, third reading of this new bylaw 26/090 for the purpose of repealing obsolete or redundant bylaw 350.
Okay, if there's no further comments, questions, Councillor McCully, go ahead, please.
I'll make the motion that council votes to, or that the committee recommends to council to grant first, second, and third readings of bylaw 26/090 for the purpose of repealing obsolete or redundant bylaws.
Okay, we have that motion on the floor from Councillor McCully. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor McKay, go ahead, or Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Sorry, but should that motion contain the number of the bylaw that we're about to make obsolete? So should we just add redundant bylaw number 350 rather than bylaws plural? Thank you.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor with that amendment. Councillor Powell, do you have a comment? I just seen your light on. No? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is supported by the committee. Item number 8, we have a closed session item. You're looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to go into closed session. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Welcome back from our closed session for our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for Monday, May 25th, 2026. There are no motions being entertained at this time coming out of closed session. Our last item for the day is adjournment, which is item number 9. We're looking for motion for adjournment. Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay makes motion for adjournment. Seeing no discussion, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Motion is carried and we are adjourned. Thank you.